that. Oh, okay, it's also transcribing. So. Okay, so there are some people in here. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock, Chief.
Okay, do we have enough people on yet, Kara? Members, anyway.
Yeah, we need 9. So. And then Nick Camarota, are you covering for Chris Ochoa today?
Yeah, we're going to be flip-flopping, if you will. I'll take the first half hour. He'll take the second, and I'll take the third.
Copy that. I'm only counting 5.
Yeah, myself as well. So we'll give it a few more minutes here and let some more committee members get on.
If we can't hear you, Yana. We can start going through roll call and see if any names are covering for who I have on the roster, and then we can see where we're at for a quorum.
Okay, that sounds good, Kara. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. So Hello, everyone. Thank you all for attending the Risk Modeling Advisory Work Group being held on May 31st, 2023 at 1 p.m. I will now open this meeting with some information for the work group. The Risk Modeling Advisory Work Group will be following the open meeting requirements of Bagley-Keene. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Members of the public can comment on an agenda item following member discussion, but we ask that you limit your time to 3 minutes. For items not on the agenda, public will have an opportunity to address the group, but you are asked to limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you are filling in for a committee member, please answer for the person you are filling in for and state your first and last name as I am going down roll call. Camera on. Okay, perfect. So, hi everyone. Chief McDougall.
Here.
Perfect. Carlos Camarena. Is there anyone filling in with for Carlos? Yana, we cannot hear you. Okay, some I do not hear. So Deborah Halberstadt.
Present.
Neil Matuka.
We got Michael McGuire here serving on behalf of Neil at OPR.
Michael. Okay, and then Paul Glushku, sorry, said that wrong. Not seeing Paul, okay. And then Max Mortiz. Nancy Watkins.
Here.
Chief Winokur. I know you're here. So you popped up. You're only available on chat. Chief. And Robert Marshall. He wasn't going to be on today. Okay, Anthony Powers. Okay, Yana Velikova. You're here. I just can't hear you, but I put you as here. Okay, and then I have Nick Camarota, and then we'll put Chris Ochoa in when you guys flip flop. Just let us know when that happens.
Thank you.
And then Dory Beats.
Yep, I'm here.
Terry Woodrow. Okay, Joe Irvin.
Here.
Thank you. And I see Max just joined us. Welcome, Max. He's here. And
So I hate Microsoft Teams in case anyone cares.
okay, and then last, let's do Melissa Semker. So currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kara. All right. I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Bigelow. He'd like to have some comments.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Just wanted to say thank you to this group for all of your efforts. I know that it's been a long year that this work group has been working on getting this draft together, and you know there was a little bit of short notice related to the first iteration of the draft that came out. But thank you all for your diligence in providing comments. I took a read through the document myself, and there are a lot of comments in there. So understanding that this was a first draft, and that's exactly what this was for, was to work through the document. So I know the team has put together a good plan for today of how to work through all of those. And I just want us all to be cognizant as we work through that. We all look at it through our own lens. We all look at it from our different perspectives, from our different departments, from our different interests, and that others may have differing opinions on those. And we will do our best. I know the group will do their best to work through those as we work through the process. But really wanted to compliment you on your efforts for getting this far. And, you know, we do have a deadline coming up of July 1st to have the document done and turned in. So we will do our best to make that deadline. But again, just wanted to say thanks for all of your commitment to this process. So with that, Jim, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Chief Bigelow. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's been a lot of effort by everybody, and still got some more work to do, but we're gonna work our way through that. There a motion to adopt the agenda?
Nancy Watkins, so moved.
Nancy, is there a second?
Dory Gates can second.
Okay, thank you. Been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Hope everybody had an opportunity to read the minutes from the previous meeting. We need a motion to adopt those minutes as well from the past meeting.
Joe Irvin, so moved.
Thanks, Joe. Is there a second?
Nancy Watkins, second.
Right, thanks, Nancy. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion related to the past minutes? Okay, see no hands up. All those in favor of adopting the past minutes signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, under old business is discussion and review of the draft risk modeling report. So this is a virtual meeting, and so one thing that we discussed in order to kind of control things, we're going to turn off the draft report in the Google. So letting folks know we're going to turn that off. Kara is going to copy it out and present it. That way we can control versioning as we work through this process, so we don't get those all jumbled up and we go through what we discuss and work through today, and then we will post that document back up. So if that works for everybody, Kara's in the process of doing that, and it will bring the document up for discussion.
Jim, are you basically saying that we won't be able to simultaneously edit it?
So we will with what Kara's going to do here, and then we'll repost it back up, if that makes sense. Yeah, just to control versions.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's downloaded and now we can see the track changes.
I think maybe, can you make it a little bit bigger, Kara? Maybe zoom into it.
Yeah, let me know if that's a little bit better.
Yeah, I second that suggestion.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yep.
That's good.
Okay, how's that for folks? I think it looks good for me on my end. So if it works for everybody, we'll start picking our way down through it. Okay, so as Chief Bigelow mentioned, we know we've all been working on it. There is a lot of comments in there, and really appreciate folks getting in and doing that. But we'll need to work through those and you know, have consensus on those. And if that means there's certain items that we need to vote on as a group, for example, some paragraphs have been changed or added. We need to vote on those to include them, or to keep the old one and work on it, or have just some discussion around a new paragraph or something. We can do that as well. So I don't think we're going to get through the whole document today, but we will work on getting down through it as far as we can. Some of the items in here are very minor edits, and so I may just ask, does anybody have any opposition to approving that? So I think we'll figure that workflow out. That's how we're planning to do it. Kara's going to take very detailed notes as we move down through it, and then we'll make some edits. But I don't want to be making any changes to the document without the group having agreed on that, with a majority. So, any questions about how we're going to proceed down through the document?
I do have one question about version. I had downloaded I thought we were cutting off comments as of Friday, and I downloaded a version yesterday. It looks like there's a new, because I was trying to keep up at home. It looks like there's still more comments that came in maybe after I downloaded the version yesterday. Did anyone make any comments after Friday?
Yeah, there was a lot of folks in there yesterday. Yes.
Okay. That's unfortunate, because that means that whatever we were reviewing to get ready for this meeting, there's now another version. So that, okay.
Yeah, probably my fault. I did not make that clear to turn it off, and I didn't turn it off. So I
That's okay.
apologize for that.
I just think it's important for anyone who thinks that they reviewed the version that was final. We're all looking at it with new eyes again.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Nancy. Yeah, I did not turn it off. So the version you see now is the one Kara just turned off. So towards the end of the meeting, we'll discuss kind of where we're at, and then we will set a timeline for those, Nancy, to your point, and be able to turn those off so everybody can review them, because that is very helpful to be able to do. So I appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay, so if we want to move down, Kara, to the first part of the document. Okay. So starting with the background, the purpose, there is one comment there.
So I
Chief,
believe,
did you want us to raise hands to talk about the comments we have, or how would you like to?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That would be good. So I think the first comment is around the background. So Kara that's what you have highlighted, right, Kara?
yes, it's this big one right here from Deborah.
Okay,
On the
so
left.
Deborah, yeah, please do.
Great, thanks. So this very long comment kind of lays out a variety of concerns that cascade throughout the whole document. That's a really cute dog. That's very cute. And I apologize for my voice. I'm still getting over a sickness, but basically I wanted to lay out from the very beginning kind of where the Department of Insurance is coming from. And so first I'd like to just recognize and acknowledge all of the work that went into putting this document together. And I mean, it's a very lengthy document that has a lot of different points in it. And so I appreciate the work that went into developing it. My colleagues at the department and I took time to really carefully look through everything, and we have suggested revisions throughout. But the primary issues that I see that are really critical that we address are, first of all, defining our purpose and our goal. And that was defined on page 12. We specifically say that we're not addressing risks to human life or injury, and we're not addressing second order components like economic, social, and health impacts. So we're really focused on the physical wildfire risk. And so we need to kind of keep that in mind as we go throughout the document. And that's where I have a lot of places labeled as this is outside the scope of what we're talking about, particularly in relation to financial risks and financial risks that could be captured by catastrophe modeling. I think is well beyond the mandate of the group. And we should just excise those portions as beyond the scope. In addition, questions about insurance rules and what the Department of Insurance is going to take into account in its rate making regulations and its rate-making proceedings are outside the scope of this group and should not be contained in this document, which is recommendations from CAL FIRE. Second, I would say there's a piece on the mitigation side that is really important. That's addresses a barrier and as an absence or a lacking. This notion that California doesn't have consistent, coherent rules on what mitigation can be used and how insurance companies should reflect those mitigations in their premiums. And that was actually addressed through a collaboration of many state agencies, including CAL FIRE and the Office of the State Fire Marshal and CDI and several others, to develop this Safer from Wildfires framework, which I think is a huge success that this report should really applaud, as opposed to saying that it doesn't exist and is a barrier. And in fact, we used that framework as part of the foundation of regulations that the department adopted in October. So those regulations exist, and I think answer some of the questions that are brought up as potential barriers in the document. And finally, I would say that we could really think about the structure of the document to more to better reflect how the legislation lays out the questions that we've been asked to answer and the tasks we've been assigned by the legislation. And it really, I think, could our report could map onto that legislation in a clearer way to make sure that we do address all the questions and that we don't have extraneous information, but that we really hone in on what we've been tasked to do. So I will have many, many, many comments throughout here, but they all, I think, go back to those 3 points.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any additional comments to that? Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. That's really helpful. I guess on the first point, the scope of work defined by the group, I go back to the original charter of the group that we were handed in our original meeting way back in September. And I think this comes out of the legislature. I'm not sure exactly where the language came from, but it said the work group would provide a forum for SMEs in wildfire-related fields to address wildfire risk modeling issues of statewide concern. And CAL FIRE shall post the recommendations on how to understand and model risk for a community and specific parcel on the department's internet website. So we came up with our own scope as a group, but what we were handed by the legislature was to provide science-based solutions on how to understand and model wildfire risk. And then there were other sub-bullets about that. And so as we were also asked to provide a list of relevant wildfire risk research models from science, academia, and industry. So as a group, we developed that outline that we voted on, I think, in March. And at the time that we talked about defining wildfire risk, we definitely decided that we wanted to go beyond hazard and get to the to risk and things that could be used to mitigate risk. And we focused quite a lot on structures within a community and how to mitigate risk to those structures. So I remember a conversation that we couldn't handle every kind of risk. And so we were really going to be focused on things that on modeling risk to structures within a community. So when the draft was created, I accessed an existing schematic that I thought would be helpful to talk about. Okay, this is what our group is focusing on, and this is what our group is not focusing on. And so came up with something that had been published from the Cal Governor's Office of Planning and Research. And that's where we had this list. I think it's on page 12 of the original draft. I don't know where it is in this marked up version, but it's got it's not the only way to classify things, but it is a way. I just wanted to not just make everything up from scratch. I wanted to start with something that came from California. So yeah, if you keep going, it's the first picture. Yeah, there we go. So this is the place where I tried to reflect that discussion, that we're modeling all the components of hazard, like fire intensity and fire likelihood, and we're going to go all the way to susceptibility to risk that got down to structure damage, but we didn't address in any detail human loss, life loss or injury, or second order and economic impacts. I was thinking like, if a community goes away, what's the damage to the entire economy of the community, for example? But that never said we're not going to think about the financial cost of restoring structures. This was just a way of taking that little schematic and saying, hey, they've got all these bullets listed, and the bullets that we're going to be focusing on today are models that get us all the way down to structure damage. So this was a convenient way. It wasn't like an extended discussion that the group had where we went into this in all depth. It was just a convenient way of characterizing my memory of what we talked about in September. And it can be, it could be changed if people remembered it wrong. But the models that we were drawing from mostly get into hazard, and they get into structure damage, and they do get into the cost of repairing those structures, because those are the kinds of models that are most prevalent in the academia, science, and industry that don't relate to health impacts, ecological impacts, compounding natural hazards, all these other bullets that are like second order review. So I guess just to reframe that comment for the group, why it was written this way. It doesn't have to be written this way, but I never thought that we had a discussion that catastrophe models that extended all the way to, insurance concepts of financial risk were out of scope. And my memory was we spent quite a lot of time over many meetings trying to understand those catastrophe models that do extend all the way there. So I guess that's my first thing. I don't actually think that those kinds of models should be left off the table by this group. The fact that there is an insurance context, I think we tried to stay away from any kind of discussions that were really in the purview of the CDI, because this is a CAL FIRE report. Even though there's industry volunteers and CDI volunteers, at heart, it's a CAL FIRE report, and it's supposed to focus on mitigation. But in the executive summary, we tried to frame the issue as, why are we even here? Like, it's because we do have an insurance crisis right now, and have had one for a while. I find it a little hard to understand if people didn't agree with that. So that was really a context setting discussion, and so much of risk measurement happens within the insurance context that it's impossible to talk about these models and not have insurance be talked about, and how the models are used in other states. We had this in the outline, lessons learned from other states, we did talk about these things as a group. So when we were drafting, we were trying to follow the previous discussions and the will of the group as we followed them. So that's my perspective on the first point, and I'd rather not go into the other points before hearing others.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Yana?
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to say a big thanks to everyone who did the heavy lifting to get us a fantastic draft to work with. And I'm sorry I'm a little slower on the ability to edit than maybe the timelines allowed. And so, Nancy and others, I did do a bunch of editing yesterday, or suggesting, especially in the mitigations that matter section. That's the part I'm probably the most passionate about. And I think there are some things that we didn't really clearly talk about as a group. And so I just want to flag that as we go forward, just to make sure that we have solid agreement, or at least declare, here's the range of perspectives around it. And we may not get to full agreement, but we should at least be clear that if there isn't full agreement, here's the range of perspectives. I did read this for jargon, for making sure it was available and accessible for people that are somewhat familiar with the topic, but maybe not as deep into it as we are. So you'll see some edits from me that are just trying to clarify what our key agreements are and what our key language is. There's a few places where we get a little, I'm going to use the word kind of preachy, a lot of shoulds instead of coulds. And I think we're going to need to come to some agreement around how we really frame what the work group believes, the we's and the voice in there. So, whoever really does the final editing on this, I think we should read it for really good syntax and making sure that the voice is clear. All that being said, I've got to pop in and out today. Nancy, I inserted some graphics yesterday in a cleaner version of the one that you had asked for. So there's some things that are there for you to be able to choose from if it helps. But I do want to, echo what Deborah is saying. I think part of our challenge we have is that we were broken into small groups where a lot of good work happened and we weren't able to cross-pollinate ideas completely. We had a rough sketch about where we might go, but once you see it, it becomes a lot more clear as to what we're trying to say. And so I just want to give the benefit of the doubt that I
Oh, did you mean to go
Yeah,
off,
you
Yana?
muted yourself.
Yana, I
Yeah.
think you hit mute.
Hang on. I tried to mute the background noise, but I think Yana, you're the 707 number.
Yana, if you're talking on your phone, you have to press *6 to unmute.
Should be good. There you go. Now we can hear you.
sorry
Still
about
showing muted.
that. Okay.
There you go.
Well, I'm on the phone because I can't, for some reason, Teams is hating my computer right now. But just, I think we should take a pause and just make sure that everyone is in agreement with the big major conclusions here. And so I can empathize with where Deborah is at and some of the points where it may not have just been as clear until we see the words on paper. So thank you, everyone, for your great work. And I appreciate the chance to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Nick?
Thanks very much. I have to apologize in part because I haven't been able to keep up with following all the versions here, but I did note that there was a reference to Chapter 7A in there, and I have consider this a question more than a request for an amendment, but I noticed that there are a number of regulations that new development has to comply with that are not mentioned. And I'm wondering if they have a role to play in all of this. I'm thinking in particular of, say, Chapter 49 of the Fire Code, Chapter 7A of the Building Code, the Board of Forestry minimum fire safe regulations. There may be others, but those are the big three that come to mind, that should there be some reference to them in some capacity.
Writing that down, Nick. Thanks. Hold on a second.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Deborah, your hand back up.
Yeah, I don't want to cut off anyone else if there's other people who had comments,
Nope.
but okay, so I think it's probably really important that we resolve this question of the scope of the group and maybe have a conversation about it because I at no point thought that financial risk was one of the things was what we were talking about being modeled here. I was fully under the impression that we were talking about physical risk, physical wildfire risk. And I think bringing in the financial risk side of things is this is just not the place to have that conversation. There's a lot of really interesting, rich conversations that we could have around the issue, but I think that we have enough on our plates with the physical risk, and I think that the summary that was included on page 12 is a good one. I agree with it. I agree with the primary versus secondary analysis, and I think we should stop at the primary and sort of take off the table the issues that come into play and that really become questions around rate making and insurance premiums and insurance, what information insurers are going to use to make decisions about their premiums and about their rates is not so relevant to this group. And when you look back at the legislation, I mean, one of the reasons I was so focused on the physical is because this is the state fire marshal and CAL FIRE in consultation, but with us, but shall make recommendations on how to understand and model wildfire risk for a community and specific parcels within the LRA or the SRA, and think about the mitigating factors. And so the mitigating factors are like very clearly, identifying mitigating factors that you have to include to determine risk, cost-effective ways to gather data on mitigation factors, a discussion on how parcels can affect the risk of other parcels in close proximity, an evaluation of the effectiveness of using natural infrastructure as a community buffer, a review of other jurisdictions' applicable wildfire risk models, and identification of barriers to determining wildfire risk of a community and specific parcels. To me, that seems like extremely clear that we're talking about the risk to the structure, the risk to the parcel, the risk to the community as physical risks, and there's really nothing in there telling us to think about the financial risk. It's the physical, what effect do buffers have? What effect do new eaves or roofs have? What effect do these various mitigating factors have, but not what is the financial risk? And so I strongly believe that this needs to be cabined. And I think we do need to resolve that before we move on to a lot of the rest of the document, because it will shape what the document looks like.
Nancy, I see your hands up.
Thanks. That's really a helpful clarification. I think we're kind of in a maybe not saying things that are too different, but in a different way. When we reference catastrophe models, we say that they're used by the insurance industry, and for sure what insurance companies do is they measure the financial risks that are coming through their insurance policies. But when they do that, they have to do all the things that you're talking about, the understanding the structural risk. And so we were trying to frame, and certainly could do, sounds like a better job of framing how those models could be purposed to understand how to reduce the property risk, as you're saying. So that they come from the insurance industry and they're used for those purposes, and they will continue to be used for that means. But when we started talking about actual catastrophe model usage, all of the case studies that we put in there for using CAP models for mitigation, they're all about using CAP models to test out different mitigation strategies and figure out how much the risk was reduced. Now, some of them got into insurance aspects, but we didn't go into a lot of detail about that. I mean, certainly when anyone's doing a cost benefit analysis of mitigation in a community, cost and benefit are expressed in dollar terms. And I don't know how you get around cost benefit analysis not being expressed in dollar terms. But I don't think we're focusing super hard on insurance pricing at all, and tried to stay away from it, but just mentioned that, you know, availability and affordability of insurance should be tied in to risk reduction, true risk reduction, which is what you're talking about. And that's what we're really getting at, is how to measure risk reduction that will eventually tie in our insurance companies, but that generally the models and the data and the message needs to be better coordinated between the fire community and the modelers that we're using to understand and measure different mitigation options, and the scientists and the building codes, and that ultimately, if we're using more common data sources, more common terminology, and there was less dissonance among the models that the insurance industry has relied on and the models that we're recommending that that CAL FIRE make better use of, that there'll be more synchronicity between whatever's going on in insurance and what the community is trying to do, and that would be a good thing. So does that help, like, sort of address your concerns? It's a very nuanced point, obviously, you know, hard to put it all together in this whopping big document, but it's, you know, you're right. This is not supposed to be a bunch of recommendations to fix insurance pricing or strategy or any of that. And, you know, Jim made it pretty clear that this is a CAL FIRE report and not a CDI report.
Right. Yeah. No, I appreciate those comments. I guess and maybe we'll just have to go through the document. We won't be able to resolve this, you know, at the top. My primary concern is that, as you know, the insurance industry has been clamoring very hard for a very long time to allow the use of CAP models in rate making. There's been a discussion with the department, and I don't really want to have that discussion here in this document. I think that it's a valid conversation, and I appreciate the perspectives of the insurance industry in looking at CAP models. And I think that there's a lot to discuss with the department, but I don't want to have that discussion in this document. And I don't really want to have it with this group. I think this is the wrong group. And so I would prefer that we steer clear of that. So I don't mind having a reference to CAP model and explaining what CAP modeling is, just the way we explain all the other different types of models. I don't mind having, you know, some sort of reference to it, but I really, there are many places throughout the document where there are strong industry perspective, I would say, arguments pushing for the use of CAP modeling, and pushing for, you know, like we're talking about here, let's have more synchronicity with CAL FIRE and use, you know, be more ready to use CAP models. You know, that may well be appropriate for CAL FIRE, but when it comes paired with references to the insurance industry and insurance regulation, it makes me quite uncomfortable.
I think the most direct place that we touch on that, it was in the barriers or recommendations. And we tried to be kind of even-handed and write down what we thought were all the concerns and address them. that could certainly be left out. I mean, that is very, very explicitly, what are people worried about with CAP models? And so I don't think the document would suffer too much to take it out. We didn't make any recommendations except for we said it's complicated, it's tricky. This is what the CDI's climate working group they recommended, and it was only just that the commissioner consider use of CAP models, but we didn't even endorse that. We just said it's if that were to happen, it requires further study and it's complicated. So literally that was the only conclusion that was made. But if that's even too much, then I don't know. I mean, it would be a little, put it this way, to me, it's not like a central
I've got that
focus.
crystal balls thing on Sunday.
Could somebody please mute their,
Yeah, sorry, I was starting to get interested in that conversation, but easily distracted. So yeah, the barriers and recommendations. I will say, if you can find another place where it says that CAP models should be used in rate making, then I would like to reword it, because I was trying pretty hard not to say that. But I definitely, I'll cop to saying I think that CAP models should be used for measuring mitigation, because there's not really any other way that I can think of to figure out. Well, you'd want to pair them with other kinds of models like fire pathways models and ignition models and other models that could improve upon what the CAP models are doing. And we try to touch on that as well, but I don't think they should be left out of the discussion. And I think they're going to be a really big piece of it, because they're so, I mean, they're so much better than if you don't have that level of data and specificity in how you're estimating what's going to happen if fires come through.
Thank you, Nancy. Melissa, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to wait gingerly here, but I'm wondering if we might be able to start moving through the document, recognizing that there might be some places that we have to have this discussion again, or flag to have this discussion, just recognizing we only have 45 minutes left. But I did share a little bit of the concern. I don't even know if it's being stated this way exactly, but I did walk away from this paper feeling the influence of the insurance industry, for sure, which is not surprising and is not necessarily a bad thing, but just something I think we should keep in mind as we're reading it, that, that we're making sure that we're capturing the viewpoints of the whole group, and that it's not maybe too focused from the voice of one particular industry.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we start picking our way down through it? I think that was some good discussion. Max, is that your hand up or just a chat there?
I think I just chatted something. I'm not sure. Now's probably not the time to bring it up, but we were talking about CAP models, but I did make a comment in there somewhere down the line that we keep referring to them, but I don't think that they're doing anything so terribly different that from what many of us in the modeling academic world are trying to do. We just don't necessarily put a financial, we don't put a financial cost on some of the projections, but we're trying to predict the frequencies and the severities and the potential home losses, often depending on what the project is. And what's catastrophic to one person may not be to another. Really, I've had calling CAP models out as something special and different from the very beginning didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I don't think that that's something we need to focus on right now.
Okay.
That's why I put it in the chat.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just but not every, I'm having a hard time following conversation, chat, there's lots going on and we're here. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody's comments are getting in there. Excuse me. So I think in the purpose, we can start moving through it. I think there's a few things there, but I think the purpose is really right out of the document of our charter. So I think that's good. Is there anybody that disagrees with that, or because it's pulled directly out of the charter itself? Okay. But we'll leave that as is verbatim for basically the part that came out of there. Kara, whose comment? There was some wording there.
Elia Becker. This was her comment right here, and then also added California with a dash, but I'm gonna delete that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this was, yeah. Do you
Yeah,
want
there are
to-
some comments in here, folks, from people that are anonymous, so we just need to make sure that the comments in here are specific committee members.
So with these comments, are you okay with me just resolving the thread?
Yeah.
Okay, and it looks like this next one, it was adding text. So we want to read through this, and then this was the comment from Deborah on this, on make recommendations.
Yeah, I think this is not super controversial, but I think we just added in some text to say the work group. Let's see, before it said the work group provides a means to understand and model wildfire risk, and our thought was we're not really modeling the risk, we're making recommendations regarding modeling. So it's a nuanced comment, but
Yeah, okay, so we can work on that one. Everybody's okay for us. I would maybe take things right out of the charter saying the work group is formed. It was formed, for example, staying very specific to what the goals and objectives and purpose was. So we can work on that. Does anybody else have any concerns with that being real close to that? Us doing some wordsmithing on it? I don't see any. Thank you. The goal, pretty much just includes the goal that's in the charter itself. And we can make sure that whole happens.
And I can clean this up, but it looks like the document just identified where specifically she made edits. So.
Yeah. Okay. So I have an added paragraph here from Deborah. Is that more of a comment, or it kind of doesn't fit in the goal and objectives?
I actually think it fits really importantly in the goal and objectives. We can put it, a little lower down if you prefer, but it's defining the scope of what we're doing, and it's exactly the same conversation we just had. But I think it needs to be somewhere in this top level part of the document, because we really do need to be clear on what we're trying to accomplish here.
Max, or we'll go with Max. He was first. Thank you.
Well, I think Nancy was first.
Oh,
but
yeah, Nancy is on. Nancy.
We skipped over a comment of mine up higher that I wanted to
Okay,
bring
Max.
up eventually.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of related to what Deborah just said, I think, are we really providing solutions? We're not doing any modeling. I kind of was wondering if we're providing insights or recommendations or.
Yeah, recommendations. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see us providing a lot of solutions, that's all. And if we're going to get rid of or change that word, it probably has to ripple a couple of other places into the document.
Yeah, but just to point folks back, it does say in the goal of the charter that this group agreed on to provide science-based solutions to enable CAL FIRE in consultation with Office of the State Fire Marshal. So that is in the goal of the work group that was approved by the work group. So I think we should stay consistent with the goal that was already approved, would be my recommendation.
I get my only comment there would be then it's probably worth pointing out that we didn't, I don't want to say we failed at our goal, but I don't feel like we provided a lot of solutions. We made a lot of good summaries and provided a lot of good background information, but did we really provide solutions? If we didn't, but we want to stick to that language, I guess it seems like we might have to clarify something, but maybe I'm being nitpicky.
Yeah, I think maybe the models is the science-based solutions, but I'll let the group discuss. Thanks, Max. Nancy, and then Melissa.
Yeah, I was trying to stick very, very closely to what the group had voted on and agreed on in our early stages. And this paragraph about CAP models being confusingly named and looking beyond historical data, like characterizing CAP models as part of our goal, they're not in scope. I actually don't, I think if a CAP model does everything you want it to do and then one more thing, and that one more thing is something that you don't really think is relevant, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't want to use a CAP model to do all the things that you do think are relevant. And so I don't actually think that the discussion of catastrophe models should be out of scope or is out of scope of the goal that we agreed on. And I don't think it makes sense to put a goal in there that wasn't really part of our primary objective. I mean, it certainly makes sense to say somewhere in the document, hey, when we're talking about these models, we're really not focused so much on, damage to the environment or damage to people's lives. We're focused on damage to structures. But these models do a lot of things to model damage to structures, as do certain other kinds of models, which I think Max might have pointed out in the comments. And I really don't think that this paragraph belongs here, and I don't agree with the way it's worded.
Okay.
I'm okay moving it somewhere outside of this place.
Okay. Karen worked out, we'll move this. There was, Melissa had a comment, and then Dave has a comment in the chat. Dave is not able to join us on video today because his plane got delayed and he's on a different flight, so he's able to provide comments by chat. So I want to make sure his comments get in. So Melissa?
Yeah, I'm just back to the first paragraph in the goal. I just tend to agree with Max. I agree that we voted on it, and I think our understanding has evolved. So I agree that if we're going to keep to the exact language that we voted on, then perhaps a footnote should be dropped that states that we're interpreting solutions to be recommendations, to make that clear.
Okay. Make sure Kara's typing that in there, so. I'll go ahead and read Dave's comment just so we get it on the recording. Max's comment, as I read it, the use of models, CAP models, and others had to do with the probability of a fire loss occurring. The pricing of that probability through insurance premiums is clearly outside the scope of this report. That said, the questions I am asked by my community with regard to the need for and prioritization of mitigations all tie back to the availability of insurance. In that manner, I see a role for modeling to validate the importance of proposed mitigations as part of a community-led process, CWPP development, etc. Does anybody any questions about that? So, I think we'll just comment on that to be moved. Everybody ready to move down to the next? Oops, where you were, Kara? A little bit. There we go. Under the objectives, I think those are pretty clear. There is a comment here, though, in green.
This is one of mine. It's not critical. I was just referring back to the legislation.
Okay, I think we have the reference, it referenced up above, correct, in the up in the goals. Yeah, and the purpose, it's already referenced. So
I don't think so.
and the purpose, Assembly Bill
and there's Assembly Bill
642, Chapter
642, yeah.
375, Statute 2021.
So do you want me to remove this? Then changing this to recommendations.
Those came directly out of the agreed upon document, Kara. So I think those bullets, I think does the group agree those bullets should stay the bullets and the objectives that are already outlined in the objectives? Is anybody opposed to doing that? Hearing none.
And then was this and just added on here? Trying to click to the comment.
If you want to just add a comment, Kara, that will make them exactly the same, would be fine, and we can just double check that. Okay. So intended audience, I noticed a lot of comments there. Who's the blue comment, Kara? Yana? Oh, I think Yana got off, right? For now?
Yes, she said she would leave and she would be gone for about 30 minutes, so she should be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Maybe we'll wait till Yana comes back to talk about her recommendation there, since there is quite a bit. I do know that possible stakeholders and usage was something we agreed upon in the outline. So those were words that the group voted on, that, for the sections we agreed upon in the document. That is what we had in there, possible stakeholders and what they may use the paper for. So we had a list of all those stakeholders. And what we identified were everything that was on that list. I see legislators got taken out. The legislature is the one that asked for this report. I think that's pretty important to probably leave in there. I'm not sure.
It's added up. It's added into the paragraph above it. That's why it looks like it was taken out there. Because it's expressly calling it out.
Okay. Is that Yana's comment too there, Kara?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think as long as we get it in there somewhere. So we'll wait for Yana to come back on that. I'll just mark it. Okay. Let's go ahead and move down. Any other discussion about that section, or we can wait till Yana comes back?
I had one question on the developers. I had put in there, I don't remember how why developers, and I think other people had questions about what about tribes. I mean, there were a whole bunch of questions in the chat, in the comments.
Yeah, I think We had mentioned that, like I said, in the group, home builders, developers. We obviously have home builders and developers on this group. But I thought, as we discussed it, the reason it was added was because modeling can inform the mitigations you do in a development. So if you could model ahead of time what the risk is, you would be able to implement mitigations that would help protect your community. So using some type of risk model during the development phases makes a lot of sense to put in the appropriate mitigations. So it would be a tool they could use to build communities that further reduce the risk of wildfire by evaluating mitigations. So I think it fits there. If I remember, I do have it written down. So any other questions or comments around that?
No, that's helpful. Thanks.
I don't think it hurts to add more users. I mean, this wasn't supposed to be like an exclusive thing. If people feel like,
yeah,
I mean, we were trying to be to talk about how useful all our work is.
Right.
But it's not a bad thing to list others if we want to.
Mm-hmm. I think that does all the bullet points we had down initially when we went through that before, but not that we can't add more. So. Okay. Any other questions around that? Okay. Kara, I think we can go down to the next section. Those are pretty easy. We can clean those up. We have that. Gonna keep going. Okay. So lots of comments around the executive summary. Has everybody had a chance to review these? And we can have some discussion around the executive summary. I think, isn't that what's already up in the purpose? The first paragraph, is it not? But to me, that's a little more of the purpose rather than the summary.
This
That's
was
just-
my comment. So I think I think in an executive summary, you want it to be a standalone document that you can extract from, the whole paper and hand it out to someone and say, here, read the executive summary. All this is restating the legislation in sentence form rather than, I mean, there's nothing remarkable here. This is just the legislation, but I think it does set the stage for the overall report. And I think it's really important when you have an executive summary to start the executive summary with what you're doing. And so that's this sort of the purpose here.
Okay. Nancy, I see your hands up. Let me switch back over. I have two hands up. Make sure I get them in the right order. Sorry, Nancy. Deborah was first, and then, oh, Deborah, you were already talking. I'm sorry. Nancy? I keep switching between chat and hands, so.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, and despite the fact that that's 8 pages of total awesomeness, I agree that a lot of people are only going to read the executive summary, and so it doesn't hurt to make it standalone. I just wanted to say, Dave, I got a separate note from Dave, who can't be on the call, that a suggestion based on what we're talking about is if we try to remove discussions of insurance availability and affordability, and make it clear that catastrophe risk models and others are used to determine the probability of a destructive fire, and that mitigations should be aligned with the models. So just making the point to the group and making it clearer in the document that you can run what we are calling cap models without the pricing component. Like we can go all the way to structural damage and vulnerability without associated dollars. Now it still means you can't do a cost benefit analysis without dollars. And so, and I do think cost benefit analysis is important. That still doesn't get to insurance. Although some of the examples that we've got in there were, they did include some insurance aspects, but you'd have to go pull those things and read them to know that. Like we're not focused on that in this document. So I thought maybe that would help to reframe things in a way that Deborah's comments are trying to do without throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think as I've learned through this whole process, there is a reality of if you're going to do mitigations and you're using a model to evaluate it, there has to be a cost benefit somewhere. Not only to see if one, you should even be doing the mitigations, but two, how to prioritize them to Dave's point, right? If you have to do some type, you don't necessarily have to say, oh, now that gives you an insurance premium. But the important part is these are the mitigations that reduce your most risk. And the only way you know which mitigations reduce the most risk, unfortunately, is based on the damage that the fire causes within the community. So in order to prioritize mitigations, you kind of have to know which ones are the most important. And I think to your point, Nancy, if we stay in that lane, then that's really what we're trying to focus on.
I was going to agree entirely with Dave Winokur's point and as portrayed by Nancy, but then we started moving back into the pricing. So I would feel really comfortable with, maybe if it can be typed out with Chief Winokur's point that we can use these models to look at the risk and to determine, the extent to which different mitigations will reduce risk, but we can take out, stop at that pricing component. So I think that that's what he captured, and I think that's what Nancy said, and so I feel comfortable with that. But I do think I'd like to not move into the pricing of the mitigation. If we can keep thinking about that. We can keep iterating on this as we go through the conversation, because I think it's helpful to keep talking about it and see where we're all comfortable. But like I said, I would be happy to go along with Chief Winokur's proposed kind of approach.
Yeah, so Dave put that in the chat and Kara will copy that out of there. If you want to look at the chat, Deborah.
Yep, that looks good.
Okay. Right.
And I have a notes document going as well, Chief, just a heads up. So I'm pasting
Okay.
everything in a separate document so it doesn't muddy this one up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll get that in there. Any comments about the paragraph that is has comments on it to be removed? There's a lot of comments on ways to edit it, and then there's comments to take it out. I think this is the comment. This is not the paragraph, Dave, that you were talking about, that we could add that language in. Just so I'm clear. So Dave, on the third paragraph that's highlighted to be removed? Is that where you were proposing we change that paragraph around to read what you recommended? Okay, Nick, I see you have your hand up while Dave's typing in the chat.
Yeah, just real quick, because I want to make sure I understood what was agreed to on the pricing. Are we talking about leaving out pricing on mitigation costs, or are we talking about leaving pricing out on insurance costs? I thought we were talking about insurance costs. Okay,
Mine as well. Yes.
thank you.
And it looks like Chief Winokur did respond. He said he was speaking in general regarding the inclusion of all models, inclusive of the cat risk, throughout the document.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Dave. So conversation around the paragraph that's lined out. I've got to try to read it here again with it. It's a little challenging for me to read it when it's lined out here. Nancy, go ahead while I'm reading away.
Yeah, I think we the two new paragraphs at the top in green are they set the stage for modeling wildfire risk. I think they lost the point about how hard it is to mitigate. Like it's fine to not frame this through the lens of insurance, but I think the point that got lost that maybe needs to be restored is that we really do need to figure out how to reduce the risk and mitigate, reduce wildfire losses and risk in the states, especially for properties in the wildland-urban interface. I feel like that needs to be back in there because that is what we're trying to talk about, and that solving the problem through mitigation is extremely difficult. I feel like that should be non-controversial and should come back in.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's some
I agree.
pieces in there for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Nancy's your hand still up, or did you not take it down?
Sorry.
No problem. I was looking to see if Yana came back. I don't see that she has.
I see her name, but I know she had a 707 phone number call in. I don't see
Yeah,
that.
because I think is that next comment is Yana's. Okay.
There is one from Melissa right here.
Oh, sorry, Melissa. Your comment?
Well, I think I was just commenting on changes I made. I'm admittedly having trouble tracking this right now, but
So are we.
yeah, no, I'm sure we're all in the same boat together. So can you point to where my comment actually is?
The risk, she has it highlighted there.
Right here. Sorry, I know this is interesting. And this is your comment right here, trying to steer clear of implying that we want to reduce risk of wildfires themselves, since wildfire are ecologically necessary and beneficial.
Yeah, I guess it just says since it just says the risk. We don't want to reduce the risk of wildfires. We want to reduce the risk of losses. So that sentence, just as it was, I mean, again, I'm having a little trouble tracking, but as written, it sounds like we're trying to reduce the risk of wildfires themselves. And I just want to be clear that that's not our goal. Our goal is to mitigate, to reduce the risk of, the losses that result from wildfires.
This is Jim, can you clarify that? I'm a little confused in how you're viewing that. I just don't quite understand it. Wildfire loss.
Wildfire
right?
in and of itself is not a bad thing.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. So I'm trying.
Damage or the risk.
Yeah, so maybe it's fine. I'm not gonna. I think I won't push this one. The way I read the sentence was that it was that we were trying to reduce the risk of wildfires themselves. Um, so like from starting, as opposed to to mitigate the
okay.
losses of them.
Yeah, reduce the risk of wildfire losses. I got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I
Okay.
think I was just trying to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, Dave put that in the chat. I was
Okay.
I was a little confused.
Yeah,
I,
no,
yeah.
we got there.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. Jan is not back. The other added paragraph, you got that, Kara, on the risk?
Yes, I added it as a comment on that, and we can go through and re-add that paragraph. I'm wondering if I can just decline.
Yeah, we'll go back and work on it. There's so many comments in there, we might make a disaster. Let's keep it copied and versioned, and then we'll work on it.
Exactly. Okay. And then now this is the next one right here in blue, and it says anonymous CDI.
Okay.
So that sorry, that was my colleague Esteban. See,
that's where I was saying I feel like maybe we could just leave the original language the way that it was. Solving the problem through mitigation is difficult.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, yeah, I
But-
don't feel strongly either way here.
Before that, somehow after the sentence that Deborah put in green that ends in several years, we should say something about what we need to do is reduce the risk of wildfire losses in the state, especially for properties in the WUI. I mean, that's all we have to do. We can get rid of everything else in that deleted.
Okay.
And while I'm talking, the first bullet, it feels like we're looking at a whole mishmash of accepted changes and deleted changes, and I don't. It's pretty hard to see. I'm not sure.
These should maybe these I know are intended to be the barriers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we can't really clean this section up until we get through the agreed upon what the barriers are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Would
you
it
can't
make
really.
sense to would it make sense to move beyond the exec summary, do the rest, and then do the exec summary at the end, since it may change?
Yeah, we're pretty much doing I think for sure you're right exactly on the these barriers that are identified here, right? So Kara, if you just want to make a comment, or just so you and I know to follow back through, sure, all of you will keep us on track here, but we'll have to come back through these later. Okay, Kara, let's move down then. Yeah, let's see. Where are we? Whoa.
So it goes from the title for the executive summary, and then it goes right into the rest of the pages. Should we have a break? It looks like. I don't know if this is still the summary.
Yes, it is. So what we just went through is wildfires have destroyed a lot of houses. Solving the problem through mitigation is difficult. And then the third thing that was said is a confounding problem is that wildfire risk and its drivers are not consistently communicated to homeowners and communities. And we talk about all the different ways that people understand their risk, and that there's just a cacophony of different ordinances and rules, and they're not consistently communicated. And so there we did bring in insurance, which I feel like this is going to Dave's comments, like he doesn't he can't point to the questions he's asked by his community with regard to the need for and prioritization of mitigations all tie back to the availability. So that's why it was incorporated in there, is that people are asking those questions because of insurance. I guess we could leave it out, but the point is there's a lot of other ways to communicate risk that are not synced up right now. So that's the Safer from Wildfires framework. It does have some, it follows mostly with what IBHS has done within the insurance industry. But there's pieces of it too that don't track to, like the community designations, I don't think really track to any kind of science or modeling that that I've seen pointed to. And I don't know that it would correspond to any building codes or ordinances either. So, or fire codes or fire safety laws. So I think the point is still there, that there's a real difference in how risk is communicated. And there's a lot of gaps in science too, understanding like what is on the ground conditions and modeling it better pre and post fire. And so I'm certain it could be worded better, but I do think it's important to make the point that mixed messaging is a problem.
So
Oh,
just in
sorry,
response
Deborah, go
to
ahead.
that, yeah, I can't follow the changes anymore either. I think most of what I did here was insert a paragraph on the Safer from Wildfires, because while I understand it doesn't resolve all of the questions, it does address a substantial number of them. And so, and yeah, I think that was my primary addition here, and I do think that it's an important thing to include in the document as a, what the state is already working on as far as synthesizing some of these mitigation opportunities. I don't think I deleted anything around insurance in that section.
Are we still on page 8 or are we on 7?
I don't know. I'm following you,
I know,
Kara, on the screen.
I'm sorry. So we will circle back to the executive summary. I've been taking notes on another screen on the conversation, and then we will go to page 8. Is that okay?
Okay. Page 8 still is the executive summary.
Yeah.
The executive summary, at least in the old version of the doc, it was about 4 pages long. And it said, the risk is high, reducing the risk is hard. There's different rules coming from different places, and risk measurement is not consistent either. And so we need to understand risk measurement in order to understand how to mitigate and communicate it better. And so we need to have an integrated system of measuring risk, communicating risk, and mitigating risk. And that it's going to require a lot of different parties to come together. That's what the rest of the executive summary says. So I think in the version that I downloaded a couple of days ago, there was a couple of paragraphs that were deleted that said that those things should happen. I don't know if they're deleted in this version as well. I definitely think that it would be fine to mention Safer from Wildfires, but it doesn't do anything about coming up with the data, which we have put in there as a very, very big gap. And I would like to still mention that having a big data gap in terms of understanding whether someone's done mitigation or not and how to aggregate it up at the community level is a very big deal. And that we do have a proposed solution for that very big deal, and you know, and put that in the executive summary. We're not just putting a bunch of problems out there. We are actually proposing some solutions too.
Yeah, and we talked about that a lot, to your point, Nancy, of the data gap that exists. It's like every conversation we had about mitigations, it's like, well, one, how do you know which of those mitigations is the biggest priority? And two, what's the value of the mitigation, right? And the value is, if nobody knows it happened, it didn't happen, right? So there's a huge data gap. If people that run any type of model do not know what mitigations happened on the ground or to a structure, if you don't know that, how do you know to model the damage of a structure from a wildfire? You don't. So that was always talked about. And I think it's a really important point that we need to carry forward is how do we aggregate that data up to whoever may use it for whatever model is one of the biggest data gaps I feel, and the data gap this group I know identified. So I'd like to make sure we try to keep that in the executive summary myself. Dave.
Okay, I've got a note from Dave.
Yeah, he put it in the chat. He's putting stuff in the chat quickly here.
I got another one though. If we're replacing the insurance part with a statement regarding the need to incentivize mitigation through the recognized reduction of risk and aligning models with conditions on the ground, thus giving residents and communities agency and feedback. We can do the same throughout the report and back into the same outcome without being explicit about pricing or rate setting.
Gotcha. Okay. So Gary's got that. Yep. Sorry, I was thinking we were here till 3 o'clock. Melissa, thanks for reminding me. So what we'll do is Kara and I will work through some of these pieces here and get the document reposted. Hopefully by Friday. We'll also send out another doodle poll to have another meeting, preferably in the next week or so, and keep moving through the document. So obviously we're on page 10 and we have a long ways to go, but I think getting through this, us going back and making comments or fixing stuff for people to review will be helpful for that. Deborah, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think that so I think that Chief Winokur made some really helpful headway here in resolving some of the concerns. And so like I think a lot of the edits that I made could be resolved by adopting that approach. And so I don't know if, are you intending then to go back and rewrite all of those sections with that input, or because now my comments could be outdated given his suggestions, but at the same time, the existing language also I would have concerns with. So like how do we get from A to B, I guess is the main question.
At this point, Kara and I will go back and work on the document and include that kind of stuff, and we will review it again. And I know this is going to be a lot. I don't feel like we're going to have this ready to go next week when we intended we were going to at the point we're at. But the important part is that we work through this document and get it where the group, the majority agrees on where it's going to be and what it's going to say. So if that takes extra time, then that's what I'm willing to do to get it right. So we'll go back and work on it. We'll get it posted. In the meantime, we'll send out a dual poll for the next meeting. We'll let you know when it's back up and what day we're going to close the comments on for the next meeting, based on when the next meeting is. Does that work for the group? Are there any questions for the group? Or recommendations of a different way to do it? Because I'm not sure if I know any better way to do it.
Do we have another meeting on the books? I've kind of gotten lost in our schedule.
Yeah, so the next meeting we have on the books would have been final approval on June 28th. Originally, this document next week was going to get put to the WMAC on the 9th for review, but I don't believe we're in a place for that to happen. So we're going to have to start scheduling some additional meetings with the group to continue to work through it.
Is there any benefit in appointing a little subgroup to work on drafting together? That is it like in between that doesn't violate any Badgley whatever rules?
Again, we can't have more than 3. So
but like Dave's already volunteered himself.
yeah, no, I
can't volunteer Deborah, but if she wanted to volunteer herself, I think it would be a good idea. And then, you could pick one other person if you wanted. But it might, Dave thinks that he and she could make quick work of this. If there was somebody else that was like super invested in comments, that might be an opportunity to make more headway and have a greater level of consensus before the biggest group has to go back into it. Just a thought. Giving them a little bit more time to do that.
Yeah, I know you've done a lot of work on this. A big part of the writing group, if I go back to who was volunteered their time to be the leads, was you and Dave. And so, we had Melissa on there and broke down a group. So if Deborah wants to be part of that with you and Dave, and the group thinks that's okay, I support whatever the will of the group is.
Or if Yana and Melissa, I mean, they put a lot of comments.
Yeah, there's several people there.
So it doesn't, like, I got my 2 cents in. They're in there. I'm fine to not be part of the next round of drafting if it frees up a spot for someone who has a lot of comments and can get the group farther towards consensus. Like, I think having Deborah on instead of me is definitely better. I think it's possible that having Yana or Melissa on might also be better.
Okay.
Also, I'm traveling a lot, so
Okay.
I think I might slow y'all down.
Did Yana get back on? Is she willing to do that? Or how about who else? We can't have more than 3.
Mm-hmm.
So
why don't you leave the 3rd spot open and then maybe ask Yana, because she did spend a lot of time on it, and so just an idea. If they wanted to go through the next round together, or like
okay.
be part of a preliminary review before you give another draft to the big group.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. So okay, Kara and I will reach out, or I'll reach out. So we have Deborah and Dave, and then we can reach out to Yana or oops. I think you put it in here, Yana or Melissa. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll do that. And then like I said, we'll send out a doodle pool. We'll do a couple things to set up another meeting, and we'll see if we can get it drafted. Like I said, we have this version. So there was a lot of discussion around the whole document, today's to the points. And so we can work on that, as you mentioned, Nancy. So, okay, that works for the group. Okay, just a few things to clean up. I know we're over time. I apologize. I missed that. Is there any public comment? I know there's a lot of public on here. Is there any public comment before we adjourn the meeting? I don't see anything in the chat. I don't believe. Do you, Kara?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, we'll set a time for the next meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Nancy.
Nancy, is there a second?
Second, Deborah.
Okay, Deborah, second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adjourning, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. And we'll work on the next steps and get out and reach out to folks. Thanks for your time today. I know it was long, but I feel like we're getting somewhere. So appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody.